Welcome back, everyone. This is part 4 of the building of Maverick's F-14 Tomcat from the movie Top Gun. So, if you were with me last time, you can tell we've got quite a bit done. The base painting of the fuselage is done. We got the nose cone put on last time. We got the wings assembled and working. If you saw my last stream, you would have seen that one of the wings fell off, and so I had to redo it. Now, in between, I went ahead and I put a little bit of putty in there along the seams, sanded it down, repainted, and so now the seam is much better looking. It's much less pronounced. You can still see the crease, which is good, but you don't have this gaping hole along there. And along the same thing with the nose cone, there was a huge hole right there where this panel goes in, touches it, and so that's been filled in. Also on the bottom, this particular engine, I don't know what you want to call that, but it had a huge gap there. You can still see a little bit of a gap on this one. I'm okay with that one. It's so small. When I do the wash later to accent all the different panels and stuff, you'll be able to see that, and then they'll probably look the same. At least that's my hope. What else did we do? We got the hook for the landing gear. Was painted and put on last time. And then, of course, while I was moving the model around, it came off. So it's been glued back on. I actually had put a couple of decals on there and on the other engine intake. As I said last time, I put those on now because once you get the landing gear all installed and everything like that, missiles on there, and then to get in there to try and manipulate that decal, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. So I went ahead and I put the decals on now. And that turned out to be a little bit of a mistake because when I was gluing the two halves together and I had tape coming over here, I inadvertently put a piece of tape down over here and right on the decal. And then when I removed the tape, half the decal came off with the tape. I was fortunate enough that I hadn't really pressed the tape hard onto it. And so I was able to use my knife and just very gently peel the decal away from the tape, put some decal adhesive on there, and I managed to repair it pretty good. It's almost unnoticeable. Maybe now that I look at it there, it's a little bit crooked, but at least I saved it. So I'm going to call that a win. And yeah, so that's where we're at now. I got the engines installed and painted. I have to put some a burnt effect on there. Speaking of which, I want to show you in the instructions. You can see all the detail on the engines. Right there, you can see all the nice lines going across for the panels on the engines. Right, and then they show on the next page. You can see them there. Maybe you can't. It's hard to say. Come on, focus. Anyway, you've got all the lines that go around the engine. But then on the model itself, this is completely smooth. Just nice and smooth. And there's no detail at all. Except here. Right there. There you can see the lines. But the rest of it's smooth. Completely smooth. So much for detail. Um, yeah. Now, if I was a better modeler, I could, put those lines on there myself, carve them in or whatever. I've seen guys carving panels and stuff like that before. That's not something that I have any skill doing, so I'm not even going to try because I know I'm just going to make it look like shit. So, we are moving on to the next step. We've got the engines on and the hook. As I mentioned before, the missiles that go in the center of the bottom, and this part here, Maverick's plane in the movie doesn't have them. So although they're letting me build the model as if it was a regular F-14, if I put those on there, I'm not duplicating Maverick's plane. So I am not going to be utilizing those missiles because throughout the movie, Maverick doesn't have them. Some different still shots that I've taken. I just watched the movie. Well, I fast forwarded all the drama to all the plane scenes so that I could really get a good look at the planes and what Maverick's especially looks like. And because I'm trying to duplicate that plane. And like I said last time, the movie makers really just took a lot of different shots of planes, and they'll show a close-up of Maverick in the cockpit, and then they'll show his plane flying by, and the next scene, they'll do it again. He says something in the cockpit, you see his face, and then his plane does a barrel roll or something like that. And if you pause it and you take screenshots and stuff like that, you can see that's not the same plane that they just showed 2 minutes ago. The panel markings, the aging and everything is different. You'll see in one scene it's number 114 on the nose and the wing, and another scene it's number 104 on the nose and the wing. And then even later on in the movie, when Maverick fires a missile, they show the side of the plane like the camera seems like here, like this, and you see the missile launch from the pod here, and it's number 200 on the plane, on the nose, which that's not his plane. So they just, they did things like that, and of course, how many years nobody even noticed or said anything, but now, you take some still shots, pause the movie and stuff like that, and you see, wait a sec, that's not the same plane. They're using a totally different plane for that scene. And so it makes it a little difficult to say, hey, I'm going to duplicate his plane from the movie. That being said, there are a few consistencies, like the missiles on the bottom. He doesn't have them, except at the end of the movie when he's taxiing in on the aircraft carrier and they're all gathering around his plane to cheer him. As the plane comes around like this, you get a shot of just underneath, and you can see from this kind of angle here, you can see the rails are actually there even though the missiles aren't. But in every other scene, they're not there at all. It looks just like that on the bottom. Just plain nothing. Okay. So I'm going to leave the plane like this to try and stay consistent with what we see throughout the movie. The next step in the build are the tail fins. So we're going to put those on now. Let's make sure I got the right one on the right side. We're going to go like that. That's good. You know what though? I think I want to do my burnt effect on the engines here first. Because if I have them on there, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to be forced to do it on either side of the wings, and I might actually touch them with the paint, and I don't want to do that. Now, what I'm going to use for that is wax paint. That's this stuff here. It's called Rub and Buff. Now this one is the Spanish Copper wax metallic finish. And when it's done, it looks pretty good. So, because it's wax paint, you kind of have to squeeze it a little bit to get it mixed up, especially if it's been sitting for a long time. I guess it kind of separates as it's sitting, but it looks pretty good. And all it really do is just, you just kind of dab it on, and then you take paper towel or something on your finger, just kind of smear it, and you just kind of smear it on, and it does a pretty good job. There's guys who take Nerf guns and paint them and make them look like they're made out of steel, and do like aged, weathered steel that's rusting and stuff like that. They use these things almost exclusively for that effect. And I found on a couple of my other models, this actually works pretty good. So, maybe a piece of paper, I would just use these. This for a sec. Looks like my lid at some point cracked on me, spread open, and allowed it to dry at the tip. This is in. More. It is quite dry. Get some down to the whiter part of it. I might actually have to buy myself another one of these because this is really dry. It's been sitting there for so long. It's been the better part of a year, I think. I had that in there, and it's clearly dried up. So now all I do is just kind of take some of this, all it's on my towel here, and I don't want too much. So I'm just going to smear it on here. There's not a lot of detail for it to get on here. Let me take my glasses off so I can see a little better. It's going to be a little tricky is not getting anywhere else. And not putting so much on that it looks like I've caked something on there. Because of the nature of this stuff, it does dry really quickly, and so if you get too much on there, you kind of really have to rub it off quickly typical. Something I do a lot is I just sit and pull the motor close to my chest when I'm painting. I realized when I do that, I kind of pull it out of the camera view, and you guys don't get to see what I'm doing, at least not up close. There we go. Now this would look a lot better if it had the lines on the engine to show that detail. But this doesn't. So that's kind of the look. So now it's not so shiny silver. It doesn't work that great. I'm not really happy with it. Because of the lack of detail, there's no lines. My audio is terrible. Cracking and buzzing. Really? Have I got my volume up too high? And no, I don't use the rub and buff privately. Well, I guess I do. Yeah, when I'm building my models, yeah. Is it my volume that's too high, or have you got your volume too high that it's doing that? Yes, no? Did I take too long to respond? So anyway, that's kind of the way it looks on the bottom there. So with that done, I'll throw out a little piece of paper. And turn on some music here. Oh, ultra sensitive. Thanks for the joke. I guess maybe we'll see you next time. To-do list to get myself another one of those. This one's going to dry up. So, put the tail fins on now. Yeah. Because it just wants to tip back just a bit. So correctly. So get a piece of tube under. Ready for the other side. let's see. Okay, so those are done. Just make sure they're the right angle. And now, it wants me to start working on the landing gear. So last session, we got the front landing gear installed. Right there. So that's all ready for some wheels. We got to put the rear landing gear on now. But I want to give the tail fins a good 5 minutes or so to go because I'm going to have this thing sit upside down for a bit. Just out of habit, I keep on grabbing it right by the center there in the middle, and of course this thing broke off last time. So I'm paranoid I'm going to break it off again. Here's the paint. Maybe that might work. So it seems like it's staying where we belong. Okay. So we gotta put from these guys. One on each side. Okay, so I want these extra pieces. Get these off. Yes, well, I'm back. How's my audio? Is the audio okay? Someone said it's crackling and buzzing or something. Does it sound okay? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay. So, we gotta pick a side here. Let's start with this side first. And, so, which wheel do we need? This one. Put this one aside for now. That's going to go right in there like that. Okay. And then I'm going to pick one of these pieces. Look like they're the same. But, there they go. Connect to the back and then down at the bottom. This looks like it's rounded a little bit. It's got some extra finish. Clean off. It's probably a good idea. Just wanted to just going to sit it down. There's no actual proper indentation where it's supposed to go. So we'll glue this in first. There's a couple of points that it actually connects on the fuselage. Just the middle there. It's there. And it's there. Okay. Just like that. This guy's just going to kind of rest on there. Get my tweezers here. Glue on there. And hold it. Okay, that's one side done. Spots on these paints. It's probably safe enough to make it really test fit on this one. That's good. Let's see. Just going to sit there. Looks like this. Okay. Let's get it glued. This one kind of wants to move away. There's a technically this one out too. Okay, I'll let that sit for a minute, just for the glue to kind of seal because it's just really delicate in the way it sits, and it's supposed to have a piece that goes like that, and it just kind of sits in that little slot, but it wants to, just by its natural gravity, I guess, just wants to go just a little bit away, and yeah. I want to keep it there just so it's that much stronger. And it's this one, I don't think. Oh, this one's not doing the same. It's fine. Absolutely. Okay. Let's get this guy ready. Times can you put the piece on backwards? Done. Now we've got both sides on. Next thing you want me to do is put on the bay doors. This bay door, where we go, it's supposed to go there, so it just sits right in like that. But I want to put on, there's a bay door that just goes right flush against the fuselage right there on each side. So I'm going to put those on first. Find them when they're on. There they are. That's these skinny little guys. So I'm going to put them on first. also get these off and get these ready because they're going to be soon. Alright. And then what's going to be next? I'm going to put the front tires on the front. This is almost empty now. Just a couple of things here left, and that's it. Good. Well, let's do that. So we can get this garbage. There we go. Now I will clean these up a little bit. Out. It looks like something that you need to trim off, but it actually sticks in a hole. It's in the fuselage there. So be careful not to actually trim that away. Clean up the red paint a little bit here. Which side is the top on these? I don't think makes any difference really. They're both exact same part, so it's just they're kind of being narrowed down as they go on one side. So you obviously have to go in one particular direction, but which direction? Make it be narrower at the front as the back, so just have to keep that in mind. Okay. And these things don't need a lot of glue. It's like I said, all they do is just put it's sitting as the side. Don't really come into contact with anything. Let's try. Just like that. Just goes right on the side like that, and that's it. safe to let the plane sit on its tail fins now. But there we go. So those are on. I can do these guys. This one's going to go to the side. I'm just going to set some buttons. As I said before, this is so much different than the Tamiya build. And the precision and everything, how everything fits together. The Tamiya was really a nice build to do. I suppose there is a reason why the Tamiya F-14 is close to $100 more expensive than this one. This one doesn't really want to stay. Just letting that sit there like that. For a minute. Not using anything else. Let that sit so the wheel will set. Meanwhile, put the front tires on. Some flashing on the front here. Looks like that's holding it still on weight. Fits great. The other is super tight. Okay, and that door seems to be holding now. So I'm going to this side. So to this side now with this door. Now make sure the peg fits in the hole. That's it for that. Now, while I'm waiting for that, let's see what's going to be next here. Landing gear, landing gear, landing gear. I've got these two to put on. I'll have to let that sit for a minute while I do that. Because now the tweezers are kind of right in the way of where this needs to go. So, and I don't want to work on that side, so I got to flip this around, and then the tweezers are going to fall off again. Yeah. So next is missile time. We are going to work with some missiles, and these are the guys that go in the middle, so I'm not using these. So I need these two, and the other two. The other two are all the way on the pods. They're on there, whatever you call them. Need those. And that's it. So, now the missiles, I've painted these the same color as the fuselage, which is all good and fine. But the missiles themselves have to be painted a different color. I want them, what color do they want them? They want them light gray. So we're going to pick a light gray that's lighter than that. I think. Get away. This light gray. That might look okay. What about the other missiles? They won't have the same color. Okay. That simplifies things. So these are actually two halves. So I think I'm going to take them off the sprues first and glue them together. And then paint them. That will eliminate having to touch up the whole areas where the sprue is connected to it. Together like that. Typical fashion. Doesn't necessarily fit together perfectly. Seems to be the theme of this build. Seems that it doesn't fit together perfect. One thing I've never been really great at is getting rid of and hiding the seam. When you've got a missile that you have to put the two halves together. I have tried and tried and tried. I've sanded, I've used putty and everything, sanded it down, and every time that seam just comes back and shows up. You paint it, and when you get it sanded down and it looks good, and the seam's gone, you spray paint it, there it is, it's back. So I've kind of given up on trying to eliminate the seams on a vessel, just because why bother after so many failures. Just don't try anymore. Unless it's like, I had one builder that you put them together and like it's just so off, so badly off that you could literally just use my knife and carve off the edge. And yeah, that was a bad one. Probably could with this, but I'll wait till it's dry before I really start trying to manipulate it. Very good. Great. Couldn't help it. If I picked up the right one. Stupid. Well, I must have spotted the paint. Maybe I'll put this one too. Yep. But, I missed a spot. I missed a spot and never got to see it. So where I missed is right there. You see the end here. Because I only painted the one side while it was on the sprue, I didn't spray paint underneath because I knew it was two halves that are going together. What I didn't realize is it's not two complete halves, so I've got that little bit of a darker gray there. So, but where that particular spot is in between the missile and the landing gear, so that it sits on like this. Like that, you're never going to see it. Like even from looking from where I am, from this side, you don't see it. this like that. They are site specific, left and right. So that one goes like that. Right. And again, that spot is right in here. And yeah, I'm not going to see it. So I'm not really worried about it. I think it's going to be fine. Those two are together now. I can move on to these guys. One side, one the other. This one goes on this side. So I just need to make sure this is nicely flat. There's the flashing on it. Fine. Stay down. I will pick up my missiles. Literally, I don't know what I haven't looked at. My flashlight. There it is. Okay. One done. Now for that, we'll try the disaster. Remove a little bit of the paint that got on here because I have spray painted this quite a bit. So, because I have originally painted this plane one particular color and then I had to respray it, which meant I had to respray this. So, yeah, it's got a couple of layers of paint on there, but I just prefer that. We would be able to actually get right out of the plastic, so that gets to sit and dry for a while I start painting the missiles. But first I need to mask off everything around this so that I can actually paint it without painting the pod. I don't know what you call that. This piece that the missile actually mounts on. I don't know what you call it. Is it a missile pod? They don't tell you in the book. So, I gotta paint the missiles like gray. But first, I need to mask them off. And these missiles are going to be the same color. But on these missiles, I have to actually assemble the fins. I think I'm going to do that now. There's the fins right there. So I'm going to put the fins on these missiles in preparation for getting them painted. There are a few things on here. Let me separate them from the rest of this sprue. Just with this. There you go. These guys are on their own now. There's those guys there. And the fins. Put the plane in a different spot. There. Now this one. Okay. These guys have some flashing on them. A little bit. Beforehand, you can see. Properly, they won't sit right, and then they'll look like crap. I mean, if I'm being honest, I think my model looks like crap as it is right now. And that's just my opinion. It's really just because I'm not really happy with it. In hindsight, if I really wanted to, like, authentically build Maverick's plane, I do what some other guys have done on YouTube and build Tamiya's model with Ravel's decals. Because the Tamiya plane is much more highly detailed. It's a nicer build to actually build. Everything fits together absolutely perfectly. Cockpit has more detail on it. It's just, like I said earlier, there's a reason why that particular model costs $100 more than this one. Even on Amazon, this model is like $60 Canadian compared to the Tamiya's. I think the cheapest I saw was like $150, something like that, $140. I can't remember now. I did see a seller on Amazon selling a Tamiya one for like $400 or something crazy. Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of the model of the Japanese battleship Yamato. I saw that on there. Someone selling a Tamiya version of that model for 400 and some odd dollars. And it's just like, are you serious? Seriously, $400? Okay, so these, now they just go on there. Maybe like that. I've got this little spot right there. I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to put my glasses on. See whether you can see it or not. Okay, so right there. There's that little knob in the middle. That sticks up. And these guys have that little notch in them. And that's where that goes. Can you guess whether that fits nice or not? How about not? The notch in the fin is too small for the notch on the missile. So right here, the notch bigger on the fin? I don't think so. Let's check something here. I think I'm going to shave the notches. I'm going to shave the bumps on the missiles rather than trying to notch out the notches. That's going to be easier. Let's test fit that now. Feels good. Okay, I'm going to put that one now. No, that one fits. Quick bullet before it changes its mind. Straight up and down. Okay, that one's good. I'm still going to work on this one. Okay, good. Now that I've done that to myself, it's going to make it a little bit harder to do this side. But still neat. Doing this, I'm really basically cutting myself. I don't really want to do that. Fits. Fits. Okay. We're good to go with these two. Now what I'm doing. Mess yourself up. That's what you're doing. Just realized I can this one. Done. Now the missiles have fins. I need to do this like that, but not. There we go. Okay, those are done. Let that sit, dry. And in the meantime, I need to mask those off. Masking to do on that. First thing we want to do is get a couple of little pieces. Run through right here. Why? Because I know if you don't do that, you overspray in there. It's going to look weird. If I find a pain in the neck to take the tape off later. At least I won't have paint in there. See, just through between the fin and there, there's a gap. So, here. This side's easy to take. It's the other side that's going to be a challenge. There's big knobs. Another thing that's challenging is the fact that I have to paint not only the side, but I've got to paint underneath the fins too. So I need to have the tape masked off enough that I don't actually cover the missile by accident. It's one of those instances where that liquid masking tape would probably be pretty handy. I don't generally use that stuff because it is messy to work with, and you have to put it on thick. You gotta let it sit for a long time. There's one done. But admittedly, that stuff does work like a charm. It's great for when you've got super high detail masking that needs to be done. Yes. done. Get it masked off. Ready for paint. Ta-da! Okay. Now, I think which one's going to be better. This one is. I don't know if the camera really picks it up, but you can see the difference even on the camera. But this is more like a gray. This is almost a kind of a green, slight green hue to it. So I'm not going to use that one. Oh, what else can I use? That's a medium gray. That's actually darker than plain, so I don't want that. I'm going to go with this one. Okay. Green. Over top of it like that, so that I don't accidentally paint this, because I painted this black already. But I'm going to just do it better. I just remove this thing altogether. There. And then I'll lose this later, because that's what I do. I like to lose my parts. But, yeah. So he's ready to paint. I'm going to paint these now. Go. Like gray. Now, these need to sit. It's pretty dry. That should be okay. These guys are going to paint one side and then paint the other. Just do that on your own, yes, but I'm going to let this coat dry first. I'll flip it over. Tires connected to the sprue. And you can see that on the camera. See those little white spots on the front wheels? That's where they were connected on the sprues. I am going to touch those up. And I am going to cheat. I'm not going to use a brush. I am going to use screwdriver so that I don't have to clean the brush. And all I have to do is wipe off my screwdriver And then it's done. Just like that. And now my screwdriver's clean. And I didn't have to dirty a brush. And now it's still going to look shiny at the camera. Well, even now it's dried pretty quick, but now they're gone. Looks good. Okay, let's flip her over. No, I'm going to let the paint dry first. That would be the smart thing to do, wouldn't it? Okay, what are we doing over here? Right. Nope. Some dry. That should be done. Give that a minute to dry. I'm going to get myself next time, get smaller. Okay. That's done, that's done. I'll wait for that to dry. Let's see what's to be done after mounting those vessels. They want me to paint them so by their little colors. It's probably going to be a good idea. After the missiles is installing the canopy. Yellow guys that go on the sides of the walls here. Various little pieces. So, this still is going to be put to the side because there's nothing more to do on this yet. That's the plane so far. She wants to take off on her own. Well, let's see if having some weight fixes this. The problem we have. Looks like it should be okay once this stuff is on it. Yeah. Well, hopefully works out in the end. Well, I suppose maybe if I do this. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it shifts the weight forward. Shifts it back. There you go. Interesting. Okay. Let's get the tape off this. There we go. It's a very subtle difference. There, you can kind of see the difference. Just, it's subtle, right? It's meant to be like that. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Slightly different grade, right? Makes it stand out a little bit. So many layers of tape on here. Which ones to start with? There we go. It's done. Which means the other ones are done, but I'm looking at these other ones on here because it's going to be easier to paint. Because I need to paint like the little tips that are different colors. And then the nose cones, different color, gunmetal, and they actually might put the cones in olive green, and gunmetal on the little tips, and gunmetal on the front fins, and tweezers on the floor. So let's get my olive drab out. Yes. I'm going to get my little water container so that I can clean my brush. While I'm at it, I'm going to put some more water in this thing. And I will be back in a minute. these missiles already gunmetal. Oh, the tip's white. Actually, cleaner. What we do? Okay, so I want the tips white. That's fine. I'm just gonna paint the tips first. I am going to add another coat after that's dried because white does not cover very well. I might have been better off masking it, spray painting, because then you don't see the brush marks. That's it for the white. Leave that there because I need to revisit that shortly. Now, there's it's funny, these Sidewinder missiles are, it's obviously a very popular missile on various planes, used all over the world. It's almost a standard, but they're not all exactly the same. Like some of them, like this one, the nose cone is green. Other ones, I've had the nose cone, the whole thing is supposed to be a gunmetal color. It's like, it's different whether it's going to be, whether it's the greens or the navy or something like that, right? It's weird. Another thing I might do is I might put the decals on the missiles before I mount them. Because there's little decals, like little markings and stuff, and warning labels and whatever that they have on them. And I might put those on before I actually mount them on the plane. Just because it's a little bit easier to manipulate the decal while just holding the missile without holding the big bulk of the plane. Now I need my gunmetal. Gunmetal on each fin of these ones. On the front fins and on the little tips. So lots of gunmetal. Probably using too big of a brush for this. And I just realized I've been using freaking green. So there's that. I'm not even using the right color. So I have an olive gunmetal combination. I should have noticed by now I'm not the smartest freaking guy in the world. I think that's mistakes, that's for sure. And not just in Norway, that's for sure. Okay, so I got the tips done, even if some tips are going to be a very dark green instead of the color they're supposed to. So now for these fins, let's just do this. Looks cool. It's a neat color, but the fact that you can see the brush strokes with it very easily, to me makes it not so good of a color, because even when you go back and go over it again, you have to have it fairly thick, and when you get the thicker coats, it just doesn't look as good. That's not my opinion anyway. Front fins down on this one. There we go. I don't know if you can see the brush strokes in it because visions in the camera, but yeah, and it's not, I don't know. It's nicer if you can spray paint it. And I've done that before, and well, it has a lot of masking to mask such little things like this. To spray paint it. And yeah, in a sense, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of worth it. To do that extra bit of labor. You know, if you spend spent a lot of money on a model, it's worth taking that extra time to really put in the detail work, if you can. Just get that little bit better sense of satisfaction out of it. But if it's a cheap model, you don't necessarily want to spend the time on it because you haven't spent the money on it. Then it's not worth doing all that kind of detail. It's kind of to your own individual preference, right? There's people that, if they don't do their absolute 100% best, they are not satisfied. While other people seem to just go, yeah, good enough is good enough, right? We're all kind of different in that aspect, correct? Okay, almost done with this one. Go. I might come back and touch this up a little bit. Really see the brush strokes. For the most part, it's come out pretty good. Brush strokes are pretty hidden. I might have to come back a little bit just because. Let's start on this one now. Start with the rear fins. Few fins when it's like there's where the fin's attached, there's this little bit of a detail of like a little knob of some sort where the fin attaches in the sculpting of it, and none of the fins don't have it. So it's like, do I paint around that attachment point, or do I just paint over it like a slob? Well, so far, because 90% of the pins have it, I've been painting around it. So it really looks funny when suddenly I've painted a film and it doesn't have that. But what you can do. and so I painted around each one. And that's the way it is. Almost done. Getting there. Right. Done. I'm going to go back to this one just to see what we're doing with our coverage. Semi-color fuel. Not too many, thankfully. Alright, that one's done. This one. Let's go back to the rear fins. I was putting more paint on the first one I did. These things don't look as good. Almost all of them need a second coat. At least with the second coat, I don't have to go crazy with the detail. That one's dry yet. Second coat is not. Alright. Two is done. I think I need to go with this one here because I have the olive paint. Oops. Oops. It's not too smart. So you do it all. Okay, and now these short fins, the fronts of these need to be done. so close to being done. Just a little bit. But almost all the things done, but not quite enough paint left over. It didn't tell me. Sometimes they want you to paint like the little rings around them black and stuff like that. I didn't notice that in here at all. No, I'm not telling you to paint that detail at all. I'm going to. There's little rings around there. I'm going to paint them. Just because I think that's just going to add a little level of detail. Use my small brush for it. At the same time, though, I don't think I'm going to do all of them. Just the one. There's no rings on this one. There's no rings on these missiles. But there are 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these look like there's some kind of mounting rings. And these aren't. So I'm thinking maybe I just do the mounting rings. I'll paint them black. One ring is actually quite fat compared to the other. I've had models where these little rings that go around them are just decals that you put on. And of course they look really good because it's nice and crisp and clean lined. Much better than my shaky hand and tired old brush. I should probably invest in a new one. Just because it bristles on this one, even though it's a small brush. It doesn't really do the super fine detail very good. By the time you've got enough paint on it that it's actually going to do something, it's like you put a blob of paint on. nice fine detail. Look at shit. There's definitely mounting brackets. Of some sort. There we go. So it kind of looks like crap, but if I hold this up to the camera, you'll see that it kind of looks like shit. It looks like I really screwed up and went sloppy on it. But that's actually because the mounting rings have these knobs on them. But that's done. Done and done and done. Now the next thing is they want me to put the Sidewinder missiles on some kind of little attachment pieces, if that makes any sense. This little darker colored piece there, that's supposed to be, I'll call it body color. Now, where is that? I think it's a match. Yeah. I don't remember if I painted this part properly or not. So I was going to have to redo it. Starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to this one. I'm getting closer and closer to being done. Once the missiles are on, it's time to paint the canopy. Now it's going to be easier putting the missiles on this one first. There we go. Doesn't seem to be an up and a down. So let's get the missiles off of here. Alright. Save these. This way. So, from this point, this is supposed to go. And now these go to the front of it. It's supposed to be. such an imprecise fit. There's not a definitive spot. That's supposed to go. Except that. Okay. Alright, I got it. Okay. Blue time. It's supposed to be nice. Not crooked. That's pretty good, I guess. There's one. There. So okay. How's it done? Have to let that dry a little bit. Check something here. Okay. Alright, I'm about to clean this thing out. I will be back in a moment. Just check the temperature in my room here. That's 26 degrees right now in my room. That's of course Celsius. What's that? Fahrenheit? Is that going to be close to 80 or something? Let's see, 26. Let's see. To Fahrenheit. 78.8 degrees Fahrenheit for you who use that instead of Celsius. Yeah, it's warm in my room. And it's only April 3rd. And I've got my window half open, I've got a fan going behind me, and it's still hot. It's still 20. It's still that hot in the room. And by the time summertime comes around, I'm going to be doing this without my shirt on, and I'll be a topless modeler. That'll be copyright, that'll be mine. Don't anybody else use that. Just kidding, of course. Let's see. Next is to put these on these. Put these on these. put these little missiles on these bigger missiles. I'm tempted to this crazy good. Just because I have a feeling it's going to be difficult to get them to stay in the position I want them to. But I will try first before I resort to that. This level might be okay. That's stable. Pretty close. It might be okay. Just might be okay. We're okay. Yeah, we're alright. Alright. Good. Those are done. Those are done. Now, next I want you to put them on the plane. But I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. Because like I said, there's going to be decals that go on them. Are there? They don't show them at all. What the Oh, that's another thing that's fucking messed up. They show the fuel tanks on here. But do I have fuel tanks? No. Not included at all. I've got more missiles. I've got no fuel tanks. None. Didn't come with them all. Didn't come with them all at all. Unless I'm mistaken and I've actually got a spoon running around here that I've forgotten about. Which is not the case. Let's go back and look at the instructions. Which shows me exactly what comes with this thing. Even in this part, there's no fuel tank. That's freaking stupid. That is really stupid. And that of course, is one thing that Tom Cruise's plane has in the movie. He's got the extra fuel tanks. So much for that. I don't like this model. I don't like it. They failed at this. But the bonus part is they don't show fuel tanks on the pictures on the sides. They do, however, show stripes on the missiles. So that's a little bit of detail I need to add. I do almost want to add decals to them. They've got enough decals here. Maybe I'll put some no-step decals on there. You're not supposed to step on the missiles. Beware of blast? Yeah, about that. Yeah. It's stupid. Just stupid. Well, in any case, I've got the canopy. That's right, the canopy. So let's see if I can get these off here without doing a lot of damage. I'm cutting the clear plastic. A little more difficult. So you don't want to get the markings like that white. You don't want to stress it. It's easily cracks easily. And all that wonderful stuff. Other parts, they just have a little bit of an extra challenge. If you really are trying to do a high quality job. I've seen some guys who wind up like with some kind of a, where the manufacturer has made the clear canopy in two halves, and there's actually a line up down the center of it where they've put the two with the mold in the mold, and like, were they even thinking of what that's going to look like when they made it? It's just ridiculous. And the guy building it, he spent a lot of time polishing it and sanding it and polishing, and he got it to looking like crystal clear. You couldn't tell, you could no longer see it. But yeah, myself, I would have been like, oh well, I guess it looks like crap, I can't do anything about it. That's just me. I don't have that level of skill at all to do that kind of stuff. Compared to those guys, I'm just a monkey with a paintbrush and some glue. Previous models, I have left the canopy able to be opened and closed, or even glued in the open position, and left it like that. The F-14 canopy is so big, it doesn't look all that great when it's in the open position. It does look a lot better when it's closed. I don't know whether I actually want to glue it closed or not. Let's see how it's going to fit. Let's get the teeth out here. How is it going to fit when it's all together? This goes here. It's going to line up like that. This guy's going to go here. And we didn't even mold it wide enough. I'm tempted to mask it off completely, set it down, and spray paint here just to cover it. That's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this off and cut off where I need to, and then I will place it down on here, and I will paint it while it's on the plane. I'm going to do that. I'm not going to need this, so I'm going to take this away. Alright, now, check something here. Alright, so, I am going to use my vinyl tape to mask around the edge, just because it's easier to manipulate and bend. Masking tape. Now, if I had a color that actually matched, if I had the Tamiya Light Ghost Gray in brush paint, I would use it because then it would just match and that would be perfect. But I don't, so I'm masking and spray painting. I'm going to get some few pieces pre-cut here. Okay, start off with that. Start off with that freaking floor. Extra lines here. I don't know if they're supposed to be masked off or not. I don't know. At least for now. There are banners that I could change my mind. Awesome. I haven't defined the side very well. I think I'm okay though. So I can get this on the side. Let's see. I just matched off where I need to paint. That would have been a big no-no. Let's trim these excess away. That side, so let's trim. More place to put. The edge done. Just take regular tape to make a little drop in two pieces. Two pieces will work. Now the trick of doing this is to put the paint on light enough that I don't get any seepage. Because even though the vinyl tape is really fantastic, on leaving a nice clear line, when you get pieces that overlap, sometimes you get seepage, and then it looks like shit big time. This one's going to be a bit of a challenge because of the extra lines. So we're going to use smaller pieces. If I could get away with just putting one piece of tape on there and just outlining it, that would be best. The lines are not super defined. Let's see how this looks. I'll do that. I can kind of see through there. I'm going to try masking tape. The masking tape is a little bit thinner. Might have a better result. This. Given that, I'm going to put one piece of tape on there. I might be able to just trace out, get canal lines defined underneath of it. And to looks like try this. That small sharp outline of this. See that line there? Okay, let me sharp this tight. Here, and then I've got this power line out. Am I loud enough? Am I thinking out loud that I'm doing? So there, so I've just kind of drawn on the tape the lines that I need done. I don't know if you can see on camera where I've done it. So that's where I'm going to trace now and cut that out with my knife. And hopefully everything stays where it needs to be. And it looks good. That's the hope. Stay where it's supposed to. I'm going to remove this tape. That I have traced it out properly. see how much heavy job is. I did okay. I think I did okay. Not there though. Not too close to the edge. Just a hair. It's not perfect, but it's close. It's not perfect, but it's close. So I think that's going to be good enough. Now, what I'm going to do is put it on the plate. I want to mask off the plate a little bit. I don't need to really do a lot of masking. Because it's all the same color. But I want to have this on there. And this on there. Because where I painted the black along the edge there in the canopy, this thing doesn't line up. You can see the black through there, and that sucks because they have the canopy a little squeezed a little too tight, right? And so you can see the line there, and I don't like that at all. So I want to cover that up. I don't want a black line being so distinctive along there. So now, where did my piece fall to? Right there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to tape these together like that. Inside, just with a little strip, just to keep them together while I'm painting, to prevent this guy from flying away from the pressure, air pressure of the paint. Similar fashion to this. show you what I'm about to do. So I put this over top because I don't want to accidentally paint these parts. So I'll do that. There. Okay. The trick with this is going to be just light coats. And do almost complete overhead. There's one there. Give that a minute to dry. Put another coat on. Starting to look like a plane. There. Yeah, I protected that from the overspray. That was really interesting to show you, right? I knew you were so waiting to see that, like big time, right? Because yeah, everybody wants to see a little bit of overspray on the cardboard. There's that. And that completely, almost completely took away that black line that was there. It's now totally gray, which is perfectly fine because if that's what needs to be covered, then that's what needs to be covered. So I'm okay with that. Totally. This is like now dry already, so I can take this off. This one. Now we'll start. So another thing I love about the Tamiya paints, the light coats dry so fast. Back in my younger days, I used to never buy Tamiya paints because they're just so expensive. And as a teenager, I can afford, $10 a paint. So now they average about $14 a paint. And when I could go to Canadian Tire, suppose Canadian Tire's kind of similar to, I don't know what it's similar to like in the States. But I could get a can of paint that's 3 times the size of this for $5. I just realized I really screwed up. When I put the masking tape over the top, I didn't leave the provision for the center one, so it's still clear. But that's okay. That's not the end of the world because it's still masked off. And I can just do a nice quick and dirty coat on there. I want to see how this came out. It actually came out pretty good. Yeah, it came out alright. Yeah, not bad at all. Now, I've seen on other models and other guys on YouTube and stuff like that, clearly the instructions on the Tamiya one to paint this center section clear green. And of course, they don't mention that at all in this one. At all. Like at all. Watching the movie, there's not a lot of scenes where you actually get to see the front glass or see through it. There are one or two, and you can tell that it is a clear green. But then there are the scene at the end of the movie where he's taxiing in. It's not. At least I don't think it is. I'm going to just quickly check. So I put the still shot of that. I'm going to take a look as he taxis in. You can see on this shot, change the scene here, this is where that's Iceman climbing down out of this plane. You can see this is definitely not just clear, right? But when you look at this one, it looks pretty clear there. And of course this is a different plane, clearly, because the outlines on this are a dark gray or even a black, and you can see as it continues down the back here. But on that previous picture, it didn't have that at all. It was clearly gray. Just taxiing in. There's the other side of it. Same thing. Again, it's those inconsistencies in the movie that they use different planes and all that kind of stuff for the different scenes just to get it, because it looks good. And yeah, so, but I think I will paint this the clear green just because I've seen it in others. It seems to be authentic as far as how that goes. So but I need to remask this and get it just a little shot over the center there. I don't know if blowing on is going to make it dry any faster, but that's what I'm doing. There we go. So now we've got the center bar done on there. Done. That part is done. I suppose I can paint the center green now. This is where I'm going to deviate from my normal use of watercolors, because I have yet to encounter a watercolor that that comes in a clear. So I have the Tamiya clear, and I got some Tamiya paint thinner. Now, admittedly, I've never used this before, so I have no idea what the result is going to be like. I'm going to use this brush. I don't know how long I have to shape this paint. I don't know how long it's been sitting on the shelf. I know I've had it for about a week and a half. So as I was saying before, I've done other models where they want the clear green or clear blue or clear red. And, you know, for the lighting and stuff like that, like on the wingtips and whatever. But I've never done it. Because I've never had it. Basically what I do is I just really water down the paint so it goes on super thin and do that. But beyond that, I've never used it. I've never used a clear paint before. So it's good. I mean, the bottom of it looks black. So let's hope it doesn't actually turn out that way. very dark. I'll get my thinner ready. Whew. Whew. That's strong stuff. Is that TOS friendly? Sniffing paint. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to need more than one coat. Because I can see the brush strokes pretty distinctly through it. Maybe those will go away. I'm not sure. It kind of looks like shit right now. Maybe need to let it dry. Get more coats in there. I don't know. It's definitely clear. It just kind of looks like crap. I'll leave it for now. Let that dry a little bit. I have no idea how long it's going to take to dry. So I guess we'll see how it looks. Give it a few minutes and try another coat on there. I'm assuming the more coats you do, the darker it is, or maybe the more coats you do, the more opaque it becomes. I don't know. Or maybe the brush strokes go away. Yeah, I can see them. So wait. I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, but you can see it's not the greatest. So I will leave that for a few minutes and then I will see what I can do. In the meantime, that piece that I cut off earlier, this guy here, I want me to put that on the inside of the canopy. I need to cheat with my black again. And by cheat, I mean paint with my thing. What? My thing. Screwdriver. Okay. I'd save a lot of brushes if I just painted with my screwdriver all the time. Okay. This goes under the back of this. This goes just like that. No real rhyme or reason where that little peg goes. See, that's the gray peg sticking out. I guess I got that one hole there. Technically I could just count that and say that done. But the clear doesn't go all the way to the end canopy. So I just want to put this piece in there, put a little glue on the edge, and then put the canopy on top. So it's like with the exact place of it, because it's not precise. And this one's here. Okay, this guy goes in there, and this goes to the top. So I'm going to put double dab glue on that and see if I get actual connection there. For a second. So if it's connected, then it's perfect. I can just leave it. The question is, how do I leave it? Put pressure on it. Just kind of lay on top of it that's going to have any weight to it and not just slide off. I need like miniature sandbags. That's what I need. Little small sandbags. Yeah, I guess I'm focusing a lot more on building my model than watching the chat. So sorry about that. Let's see here. You think I enjoyed smelling it a little too much? I don't know if I have a model paint addiction. I don't think I have a problem. Would I like a hug? No. No, I'm good, thanks. There we go. So that's going to stay like that. I'll leave that for a few minutes. Now let's see if this is dry. And it is. Okay. So I'll try another coat of this stuff. See how it looks. Why can't Stevie Wonder see his friends? Because he's married? Why aren't his friends just go and see him? Wouldn't that be an option? I'll definitely make it darker, that's for sure. There's still a little section that looks like I used to look at. Here's what we do that. Yeah, it definitely gets darker with the thicker you put it on. I don't know if it makes sense. bit worse as it's darker, but it's alright. I'll let that dry. Let's see how the finished result is. What did Marina Bobbitt say to the waiter? Keep the tip. I think she shut the tip out the door of her car or something like that. I remember that story, but from back then, she like threw it out the window of her car when she drove away. Well, that's it for the clear green. I've got this little guy that I need to paint. So it's got two colors I need to do on the tip of that. So, let's bring this back. And that's up. So we can go like this. Johnny Harding was technically the first person in the sport to speak in me. Literally. See, let that dry. Okay, let's see if this held on anything. It did. It doesn't want to come off. Glued on temporarily. Let's see. So it was right there. Okay, so I can glue that in better now. I don't know exactly where it's going to sit in there. That dry. So that's the end result of this one. You can see it is clear, but it's very dark. That's fine. It's sitting on here. It looks okay. I can put that on there now, actually. Make sure you test negative for COVID before boarding that jet. The Chinese test for the F-14. No, I don't know what they swab. So what do they swap? And now swap? What's an and now swap? And now swap? Ah. I did see that on the news. I don't know, I'm not sure why you're recommending it. Have you tried it? Did you like it? Spell check. Okay, so this should be dry. I'm going to do a coat of paint on the bottom of it now. This color is almost empty, which is a good thing because we're almost at the end of the build here, and I'm not going to have to be painting very much at all after. I'm going to have to paint these little guys that are on the sides, which is this one here. No, this one. So I'll coat of paint on these. Suppose it sits like that, okay. I could just let it sit like that and leave it. Or I could actually put it down. It's just kind of a better to take off. I might do a little bit of trimming just on the back panel there to make this whole thing a little bit easier. Goes in, comes out. I want to muck around with it too much right now because I know it's not 100% clear. So, this bottom battery as well. Yeah, pretty much. So I gotta get some red and some black. Which we want. I don't even have this thing labeled properly as far as how it looks on the book. Paint inside there and it'll make that black. This time I won't be using my screwdriver to paint. I'll use an actual brush. done. Now, of course, I took my motor back. Okay. So, my brush. I will be right back. Okay, brush clean. I'm done with this one, so I'm going to put it away. Let's see here. Okay, so I'll put this on now. It just goes right underneath here like that. Just like that. Yeah, that's done. While I have it upside down like this, I could put the missile pods on. They actually go at quite a strange angle. You'd think, this part here would be straight up and down, but it's not. It actually sits at an angle and puts this missile straight up and down, like that. Which means it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to get it to sit and actually stay in one spot. Let's see. Might have to hold it for a few minutes once it's there. Get it as flush of a fit as it can. It doesn't really look very flush there. These two pieces have come together. So, let's see if I can fix that. That's way better. A little more straight line there now. Looks better. contact surface and pop it out. For a minute or two. 5. There. Just leave it like that for a minute. I think it's the fumes. Like I said earlier, I've got my window half open and a fan going, so it ain't the fumes. Let that sit for a minute, or a few minutes, just to make sure it stays put. You think, what do you think? I get distracted easily. Also, got one side on. Now for the other side. This looks a little bit better. It's just a little bit that needs to be trimmed off. Hopefully I don't drop the game all as much this time. Okay. Set. sit while that side dries. What do you mean I get distracted easily? Ultra sensitive. Okay, so next, once that's dry, I can start putting these little guys onto the sides of the nose cone. There's a few of them. And based on the fitment of the two halves of this thing, they've put a couple of circular notches in specifically for a couple of these pieces. But it's like the upper half has half of the circle, and then the lower half has the half of the circle, and they're supposed to meet to create the full circle. But because this thing doesn't fit together properly, they're off-center, which means the piece is not going to fit in there properly unless I do some trimming on it or something like that, and kind of make up for the fact that the whole circle is not aligned anymore. Or like anymore, it never was right off the bat. So it's just it's a shitty mold. And that's just the way it is. I'm tempted to just leave these off, because they're not going to sit properly. They're just going to be sitting on the edge, and I can almost guarantee when it comes to put the decals on, I'm going to accidentally just knock them with my pinky finger, and they'll fall off and they'll be gone, and I won't even notice that they're gone until like, oh hey, isn't there supposed to be something there? So yeah, these little pieces that are supposed to go in there, I'm not going to bother. Screw it. It doesn't need to be that detailed. Which means the assembly is done. And the next part is all the decals. So once that's dry, start working on these. But I think what I might do, yeah, I'll do the decals, and that'll give me time to let them set, and then I can start working on the weathering for next time. And until then, that'll let the decals dry as much as they need to. So, let's make a little bit of room. So I can have my water on here and room to put the decals on. So we'll get some water, and I'll be back in a minute. Maybe two. Okay. Got some water. Speaking of water. Let's see. It should be fine to take off of there. Which means that finished. Which means that side of the missile's done. And there we go. The assembly is complete. There we go. Underside view. It is demo time. What do we want to start with here? Start on the tail fin. Get our two big tail fin decals. The water is just a little bit warmer than lukewarm. And that makes the decals, it just takes a lot less time in the water. Let's see here. 27 at the top. So it's got a little bit of strips. That's down. It's 14. Straight. Decals take a long time in the water. I'm really surprised. Not that it's really a bad thing per se, but if you're trying to be, efficient and okay, I've got them in the water and I'm putting one on and this is now done. You grab them out of the next batch out of the water. It's hard to time it. But that's the way it goes. It's funny that they want me to put decals on fuel pods that I don't even have. A little bit of movement now. I like to go about that far up, so that's in between these two paths. Okay. Should be okay. Unfortunately, we'll required so much for that. There's one. Oops. There we go. Go. Is it down? No, those other ones aren't going to be ready yet, so let's put those in order. Next one's going to be the top of the tail. Square. Okay. This thing might sit properly with the canopy on there. It does too. That's funny. But take it a little bit of weight off. Back it goes. Alright. That side. Okay. Move this over. You're ready to go. It's your turn pretty soon. So the wind blast goes down there. Basically underneath. I want to put the wear of blast on after the numbers, because the numbers go there and then the wear of blast is right underneath them. I'll wait till the numbers are ready to go. In the meantime, it's number 34. It's not actually a piece of that. Let's see here. It's a velvet. Yeah, I can get a picture of it. It's so strange. They don't want any decals on these fins under here. But yet, on other builds and in the movie, there's the designations of the plane are on those fins. So I'm not sure why for this one they decided, nope, we're not going to do that. Go. Next. What's next? Those two little guys. What's that say on there? Fire panel. Okay. While those are getting wet, that is done. Start moving up towards the front. We're starting to get number 10. Where's number 10? Number 10 says. What's after number 10? 6. Something there. Yes. I need to actually put decals on the canopy on their names. To show. Direction. Gibberish. This one is a stick or something. Almost like it dried out too fast. Seems to be wrong. It's weird. For a minute, I gotta get their names put on the canopy. Let's start with Timothy Mitchell, aka Maverick. Couple of minutes, and then I gotta call this one day. I will continue on putting the decals on tonight, but as far as streaming goes, I'm done. Next time, next time the decals will be done, and we'll be doing the weathering paint on it to give it that nice weathered look that makes it look nice and used and had all the weathering done from sea salt and all that stuff that these planes go through and have to endure, which is another reason for all the discoloration on the panels that you can see there, the different colors, the different shades of gray used on them, as they have to replace panels so much on these Navy planes because of the damage from the sea salt. So we're going to call that a day, and once again, thank you for watching my stream, and if you like, check out my YouTube channel. You can see some of my other builds if you want, and check out my Instagram page if you want to see pictures of previous builds that I've done in different stages. Feel free to have a look at those too. And like I said, thanks again for watching, and we'll see you next time.